There we are. Okay, okay. Yeah. Um, should be working if I'm not dumb about it. But yeah, Olympus Company, Nestic Experience. UP, dude. Holy shit. Bamboo Hatted Him is gonna be here. Holy fuck, I'm so excited. Um, I really wish I could pull, but I'm sitting to Walpurgis now. I do have the seven. You know what? Let's pop my guaranteed deck extraction ticket. Actually, is that even worth it? It's not. It's not. Um, it's not. It's not worth it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, let's play the event. Stages. Oh yeah, I need to check the reward exchange. Here we got the Honglu. Basic stuff. Yeah. Generally basic stuff. Okay, yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. Um so yeah. Consult Are we gonna be consulting the Kim? Oh yeah, wait, what team do I wanna run? I could run this, but this is kinda meta slaving right now. My Poise Bleed team. That's a thing. I think I would run Poise though. Yeah. Alternatively, you, but I haven't really leveled. I could probably get you to max level. Yes. But do I really want to waste my resources on like the worst identity in the game? Because I also have Salsa Sinclair. And these are all the Blade Lineage units I have. Where is it? There it is. Oh. It is an N Corp. And it happens a month. Yeah, it happens a month after on Severing. Okay. Consultation session. Oh yeah, I was uptying him. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like. Teh. No, Heathcliff. Been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him. Oh, it was fast calling Dante. Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rhoda's shopping chatter starting to get a little distracting. A few days after I entered the N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. Classic Intervallo. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area over the back streets. Called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Okay, that is literally full Blade lineage. That is literally every sinner who has a Blade lineage identity. You ain't slick. You ain't slick, KJH. I don't have the Blade lineages though. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisung, and Marceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that showed up from other directions, and with our onboard stocks scraped down to the bottom, Rodi and Ryoshu who were done with their share of suppression, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. What the fuck does that mean? However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but it was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners to me. Could it be you can access the Gesellschaft? Oh, they kicked her out. May I ask your basis for the inference? Cass, you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears that there remain occasions when you are so capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So that's right, you really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as confirmation of conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall I move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Loren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and Sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. Oh, Star CG drop. This is rare. Did really good. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back to me? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on their experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of the former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning, conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? The chicken. Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its re-ring. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is your allotted mission. Okay, so at the end of Canto 12, probably, because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of Is that a quote from Dante's Inferno? I'm gonna check that, actually. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. At the end of. It sounds like a quote. Um, no, it doesn't look like it is actually. They just put a fire line in there. Apparently. Ah, yeah. I mean, why not? And a treasure will give me back my memories and my head also. Indeed, at the end of the road, we will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea what exactly, no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object. But if I know one thing, is that the me from before all of this began had wanted badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but when my memory's gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay no mind, you are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis' team is doing well in combat without my direct supervision, and Rhoda's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Thinking my mind of them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every summer's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'll be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right. And I also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team is still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? This is probably foreshadowing for she's apparently she has like multi-dimensional pockets in her coat or some bullshit. And out of this group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. Then that guy over there must be. Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've never seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Oh, wait, there's a dude I've seen before. It's not I've never. Okay. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is a rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Is it? It will be my go. Will it be Kim? Please be Kim. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Hey, Starlo Nuxrian is back. And for Lunacy, a rendezvous. It's going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Addis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Is there a reflect trial? Exclamation mark. Why are you waving your hand all over? Arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arms sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it. So scatter! Oh. Oh, that... I don't think that's a good sound. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would recognize a hand signal as basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make a boast of chivalric elegance. Jotun Vow suddenly wave his fine arms about, clenching and unclenching my hand in that mystical fashion, only suddenly turn tail. Forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabbies has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? She could have literally just said, scatter. It's unacceptable. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under my lead. You're still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and following Masada's instructions. You should disperse and withdraw. Okay. Megaton landing? Flashbang. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Also, Ezra, let's face it. I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito, a million years ago. You guys are taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend you a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Not to worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the laser distortions outside the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. And not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appears to be a sweeper. And that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, but judging by their clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We were given instructions. We perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed to our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl this time. That dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo had a kid also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Let's go. Hmm. Sure is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said that he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Ang too stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Uh-huh. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice, if I say anything about it now. Ah, you've arrived. Ah, Mr. Aura is blinding. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Of course you'd know. Of course Merceau would know. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Yeah, okay. I mean, it makes sense. So, this is a line Merceau had in Pilgrimage of Compassion, which is the only limited time event ever. He said the exact same thing. It was, I believe Heathcliff was talking about sunlight. Um, and then Merceau said, there is more to sunshine than its warmth. So, for people who haven't played Rebellion de las Masas, this is probably putting this there. Then, what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to the machine. It's my first time laying a hand upon a complicated works of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, yeah, it's Kim, it's him. Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvier than axe. Hang on, did you just say mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took the on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Gotcha. Oh, you. Oh, it, you? You? What? I'm sorry. So you don't look like Aang Dua like at all. Hmm? Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Headed Kim. Uh, yeah, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. That is not how I envision him looking at all. Where's your aura? Also, really? This is in his entire uniform? Search for the inflection point. I'm gonna get a drink though. Give me a moment. Okay. I'm back. Search for the inflection point. Chords, central, left, right, inflection. So be careful. Okay. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. This is really cool. I like this CG. The bamboo-headed Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been a while. Uh, that, however, had been a while he was distorted and sunk into himself, so I figured his original persona may be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-headed Kim? Yup, we double checked with Ezra, and she said that he really is the same guy. Whoa, the fire in your head is not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. You look like an anime boy. You look like an anime boy. Can you... Okay, can we check again? Just in case. I... I really can't wrap my head around the fact that it's the same sullen, serious man who we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing he's rubbing my face all over. Like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to that's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as bamboo-headed Kim. He genuinely lost all his aura. I'm not gonna lie. Unless he does some cool shit to regain it, he lost all of his aura. I'm not gonna lie. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. And dude, just what exactly have you been telling people about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. Although you are a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. But they don't look like they heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. How the fuck did he pick that up? I also told them that you are a man of few words, but of much affection for the followers under your command. Hey, her cool robot arm. Engdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete another lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your contact is rather shallow, and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks in any case. So, you can't see anything if I block this part, Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know? I was probably blocking those. Or this. Your own folks, huh? They have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Name drop! Name drop! Why did Svaro not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air, and touchable field of grass, clear of the storm of the heart. Surely just told him to go touch grass. Okay. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting in the field of a battle during Operation Spider Pyre. That is a good question. I'm curious. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down any time soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in the expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect is between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So, let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with round 2. I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ank has apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why do you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably force you to stay. You catch on quick? First they spout this nonsense about distortion and all that, and then force hire me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow? Yeah. They invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Hector, dear, there are times when your commitment to duties shines brighter in the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for your mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Are you stupid? That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says in trying to get a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything again in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make me purchase for me. Hey, hold on. Pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, can't. What? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best items, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a frickin' headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There's no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. Hear the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Angela's words left her lips and her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms. Of course. Of course Sinclair reacts to prosthetics. Of course it's him. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms were probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And that sword. Had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD's teams had repaired them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up a dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness wed to machine articulation. Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Siegfried mentioned. He's not been mentioned a bit. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without the trademark reaction. This is strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries and 7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put him on her for a trial. Doubt you'll find a number like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he wanted to say next in his chest. Wait, what? I think I missed something. Then just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he wanted to say next, catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Oh. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory of Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. I think Sinclair's gonna play a big role in Kanto 10 as well. Again, he did a big role in Kanto 9 too. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Astra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods, I dare say. I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life. Walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please, girl. We walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. Okay. While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. But recording is a taboo, or is taking a photo not because you're recording? Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably this thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and it turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted as sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she had realized something. But Merceau's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled it a little bit out, though. Can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridged section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Merceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Merceau's answer came without any further explanation. But the way he adjusted the camera on the table clearly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I was receiving a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by Incorp are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes the light directly into the medium, from what I've heard. I'm sorry. Do you guys not know what a film camera is? Like, this is 2080 something, isn't it? From what I remember. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Alice. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Can we get much higher? Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other sinner teams were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante's asking whether distortion suppression has not, in fact, really been concluded. Oh, no, yeah. These people we just fought now, they only got caught up in distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't gotten close to distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes. Calling to mind the present context, it may be less of a mathematical term and more a specialized polysemy, referring to the point at which a distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use the term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that.
You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know what the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, distortion is never getting solved. We just kind of beat the shit out of them. Like, unironic, we just kind of, like, you know. Though, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens up a door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that. That's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time consuming headaches. It's one thing to someone manage to locate an inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys could just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. What the fuck? Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion expression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time people try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the resident of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the ZVI and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right. And the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ashtray suits and the logo on the collar, their uniform, and briefcases. I think I missed a word. No? Hey, isn't that Ancorp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Marceau... I was once employed by Ancorp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at Ancorp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marceau? Yes, manager. These are Ancorp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the Pinfair team of Service Desk Clue. Clue? Cloud? Do we have anybody French in chat? Marceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, Pinfring team, huh? Anything to tell us about them? Yes. It is one of Ancorp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of Ancorp's internal information, analysis of Ancorp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of Ancorp's internal information, and intersector... That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it would be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if we just let him borrow our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from Ancorp, Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in Ancorp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby backseat like this? Got any guesses? He knows. I am unable to determine that. Never mind, he does not know. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. The listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra started staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know? Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then. Okay then, Marceau. Maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Marceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. Is that a new Marceau expression? A leveling stare that came with. There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. Okay. Think this is Book Marceau talking? I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see. My bad, as usual." Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording or recordings in the violation of Vancorp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with Vancorp's nest. Or identification and arrest of an individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like Wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixers, or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys are Vancorp staff. He's so short. Oh my god. There's like a half a head of difference between them. Miss Engdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning truth from what lies before her, with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and... Okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an Vancorp staff skirt and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something, whoever used to work in the studio, and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah. Now that you mention it, when the whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, have the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that been giving to Rodeo, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Aldous wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume wear. Okay then, we should get moving. Misconceptions. Okay, these are available. Um, I'm gonna level you up. We spent a long time while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as proper clue, Executive Manager. I confirm that the rest of them are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Do you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of the subject? For the 8th time, Anktu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance, like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examination long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But, Mentor, having already passed the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retract its arc, Anktu. So it is with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. As it is necessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone, there is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Anktu. Merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries, where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before your house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot, very wound you once gave me, afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, he said it was completely healed, and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Is that so? Ankdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being run dry. Shit, man. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Ankdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ankdu said he had? Young Ankdu. There's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but... oh yeah, when speaking to the others of those who I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blade of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, and even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted onto me. Truly, why, if fortune should grant me opportunity to may witness Mentor's true self, yourself someday? That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by our current by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance. Enkidu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior." So that's what it was. I get it now. Oh. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? They didn't say there was only a single violator. Oh, crap. Like, it's just too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, it's not gonna go well. Same thing happened last time when I saw the N-Corp employees. I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden... God damn! A sudden flash by my vision white. As though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was this scene pop, and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. What the fuck? They put me in a domain expansion? Oh. It didn't take too long for me to realize what was happening. So, seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Enkidu? Does this motherfucker have a domain expansion? Though Escorp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alleyway was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. We just get teleported to Escorp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence I haven't been able to detect until just now. But somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager, it's... This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh. Chunokun? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits have vanished. And in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right. Let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yankto? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamber-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the true Nokkuns of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle! Okay. Oh, shit! Oh, we have a status effect. Dokka Ebi Arms. Base offense level 4, base offense level +4. Take minus 20% damage. On skill use, gain 1 haste next turn, 2 haste per turn. Combat and gain +2 poise count. Dokka Ebi Arms. Do you perchance speak of Dokka Ebis that often appear in Tales of Old? This is kind of, okay, the music is loud. Hold on. I can't hear my own thoughts. It's kind of good, though. Dokka Arms, okay. I can scarcely believe it, yet after all I have witnessed, while relying on the hospitality of Limb's company, the existence of Dokka is from folklore, maybe within reason. Come to think of it, I recall hearing a name, hearing of a name called Dokka Unit. What are your skills? Why are you green? Rending art. Okay, poise bleed. Cool, cool. Uh-huh. Yeah, poise bleed. To claim their bones. The skill does not trigger defense skills. Deal plus 0.5% damage for every 1% missing HP on self. Okay. Lucian Rippling Flame. Mook Workshop! Let's go. You like that model? Oh. Nugu's got an eye for quality, excuse me. Can we try this model? Oh, come on, relax, you know the deal. You break it, you buy it. See? Told you I'm regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard come as a set. So grab them both and feel the weight. How's that? And they're serious to look, huh? Uh-huh. So there's this particle powder. Thingy in that scabbard under the patent by Mook Workshop. Every time you sheave and unsheave the sword for a brief moment, its blade comes out way sharper and lighter. And that model you're holding happens to focus on the sharpness. So it's like, ding, and voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the Yeah series. Models that Mook's Workshop's classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here. It's what the heck? Hey, this is the Yay Type 2 model. They went off production. You know what? This stuff really is easy to come by. We're lucky we found one here. This is such a rarity, Lady Astra. Perhaps you ought to wield it instead. It's fine. I can see it's really made for you, and it'll work really nice with those boosters in their new prosthetic arms. It'll need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. By the way, remember the classic lineup part? It's super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Let him break it. If it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. I shall take your word to the heart. She's gonna die. Oh, shit. Limbus Company specialized custom prosthetics, prototype Mark V, Tokayabi arms. There's an ally less than 50% HP on the field, excluding this unit, gain 1 system defense once per turn. On the outside, it looks like no different from prosthesis you might find in other nests or backstreets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortion. That's not to say that I have certainty regarding that matter. is only in charge of transporting it. You see, it's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body replacement. Okay. Strip blade. Do you have any? Okay. Well, I'm not. I can't run blade lineage because I don't have them. You'll be fine. I'm sorry. I didn't read the. I didn't read the enemies. I should probably read what they do. Okay. Yeah, what they do? Chu no kun incapacitate. Are they all incapacitated? No, this one is blind. Constricting aura bonds. A Vulsion wound? Okay. Hamstring. Okay. Avulsion slash. Okay. On Clash, lose gain head-splitting memory. Oh my god. Scouring Hunter Band. To cover up the eyes is not too blind. These fabrics trading using Q Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve as the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics. Eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis at times. They can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Very interesting. This is the second mention of equipment designed for covering eyes in this Intervallo. What about the bind ones? Okay, yeah, it's apply bind. Trust. Okay. They have the same. Chu no kun. Inflict trust on target. Gain prisoner transport arrangement. Huh. Oh my god. Escort commands the two search of taboo hunters, the royal censor and the Chu no kun. Agents of the royal court, the royal censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break taboo of Salpipio Chu no kuns. Much like fixer offices, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or contract to hunt down a bandit is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Outis, bro. I'm sorry? What the fuck? He's at -9. What is it? What's happening?
Why do we roll like shit? Don't kill the prescription target. What the fuck was that? I'm okay. No, just don't win your clashes. You know. Okay. Yep. Okay. Sure. Why are you so slow? 2 point. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Just roll heads at 45 SP. Is she level 55? I forgot to level her up. Where the fuck? No. Your favorite here.
Okay, yeah, yeah, sure, you can kill him. My God, I absolutely love Pinky Sinclair. He's so good. Hmm. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks, sliding it back to its sheath. Hmm? Not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reversed them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right, right. You take that side, Angdu, I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Privy! Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortion upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings changed with no sudden flash. With so sudden flash. Privy, I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. Would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here, covering almost the entire street. Then, those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up? And what happens to them once they're in? I'm glad now we're exploring new types of distortions. I'm waiting for like mass distortions, like the mock exam. Um, the mock exam was cool. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. By that, I mean when the distortion bleeds into space and around, and it warps it. Oh man. I'm actually talking like a team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. If a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. True, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. Marks them as true no Kuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting our nobis. What the fuck does nobi mean? Nobi. I think it's Korean. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Nobi were members of the slave class during the Korean dynasties of Goryeo and Joseon. Legally, they held the lowest rank in medieval Korean society. Nobi were sometimes considered property of or chattel and could be bought, sold, or gifted. Nobi constituted more than 30% of the population at its peak, the middle of the Joseon dynasty. Okay, a little bit of a history lesson. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know them. Know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their what? Among their quarry, scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed. What the fuck? Of their stations and escort, after all. So, it was no idle tale. Scientists who plied their craft of fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends afore the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us otherwise. Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice, and an excuse of the power mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much the same anatomy. It is the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or the hunter first seizes prey, to thereafter frame them. To thereafter frame the capture of invented transgression. If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi, such as what Escorp has become today. My mentor, too, was one of the victims of that cursed practice. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor? Or Yisang? Or me, perhaps? Or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chu no Kuns, generated by distortion that is plausible. That is a plausible conjecture. You are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Aldous pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why Escorp and its Chu no Kuns have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chu no Kuns suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-headed Kim or Engdu's memories. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. God damn it. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again, as Ezra clutched her head and cried out of annoyance. If only the team leader was here, cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd see anything bursting with pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too. Getting dragged into distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... actually, let's first drag that slippery hat wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chu no Kuns. This will be our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-headed Kim is right now. What? No, it tracks. Snap! The sound of a hammer driving a nail in him. But what precisely is being driven in? The camera waylays the light of a given moment, then nails it onto a rough paper for exhibition. Was the photograph taken as a record of remembrance? Perhaps the photographer's name ought to change depending on which purpose it is made to serve. After all, Beams of light nailed down by a hammer, only to be recorded and never remembered, are pitiable things, who imprinted photographs, dead lights scream in despair. Burned and blackened, the dead lights perish screaming where they are nailed, recording the smile of someone standing in the photograph. Film. Okay. Oh, this is quick then. Was... There's no way that was... Oh, what? Why does it say 9515? Because this ends at 9.514. Okay, that does make sense. I'm gonna go home first. Film. I get my full team! Okay, fine. What if I don't equip, like, I put you on for more of the things, but I won't deploy you actively, right? Need to help them. He's not that bad if I do. Oh, I don't even need to deploy all of them. Okay. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell! What's up with these kids? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things are going so well. We could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. It's their contract there, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud. Then everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. No way. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna admit that? Excuse me? What? You got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. But I've mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine Macaulay. Macaulay. I don't know how to speak. Macaulay. I think that's how it's pronounced. Rice wine. To go with it. Yeah, that's an annual, right? It's a name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever. LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up on every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. They didn't know there was an encore to the performance. You slippery little rats. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Huh? Wow, he took all those double-wearing people with a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I have leave the rest to you folks wandering blazing Miriam tales. Never linger on the stage too long, after all. Oi! Where the hell do you think you're going? Damn it. Ow. Oh, they have an effect on them. Memory transition. How did I find it? Base stack 3, turn and lose 1 stack of assumed 0 stack of effect. Turn starts, shooting units and effect transform. 1 stagger recovers from stagger. So the effect activates, reset memory transition base stack. I see. I see. I'm sorry? How do you lose that? Whoa. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, they have different stuff now, though. Steel plate slam, pinning nail. Oh, okay. Passive. If this unit is inflicted, unit inflicted intelligence gathering on the enemy, he'll 10 SP. Ah, interesting. Firm nailing. Hmm. Guess I'm not ever using yield my flesh. I'm just gonna fucking bleed him. Hong Lu's farming SP. Oh, that was tough. Okay, one more turn. I'm getting Furioso off.
How are you still winning? Bad with the finisher. Come on. Bye bye. Ooh, that was tough. Heathcliff Shen. Okay. So, let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yep. Bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's actions carry profound design. He has never left his position of a purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on. Would it kill him to give us a heads up before zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up, lock him up in a closet? We don't do that to our team, right? Remember last time we all thought he was being a good patient, sleeping it off in the recovering ward? But no! When the LC got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Jesus Christ, this guy's maybe more of a fraud than I thought. Jesus fucking Christ. Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... Surely because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood, precisely in such manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? They just not disclosed that the man deserves post-war authorization. That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring of mannequins who'd locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemies out there. But our recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn me either. He just somehow caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. Wow, maybe he's not a fraud. And he went fighting, even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed from meat grinders. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient in a lot of pain. And the soldiers just noted his showing up reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type guy, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in, saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bo's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out, but... He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping.
Heathcliff scratched his chin and kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling. However you want to call it. My bossman Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite. Too. Said I can hear them gears turning. Or I think hear rats scurrying about. He do things you couldn't make heads nor tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were explaining a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. Uh-huh. That's done like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before paddling. Whales to blunt their fear. Only stumble around the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all across, so we went stomping or after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they will kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody. Every last bastard. And boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like a barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled out one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it was just coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based recognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at a coherent conclusion that surprised even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to that sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking a piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see it fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began to hesitate, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand, and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had a room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. Can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. The red light aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Goddamn. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Merceau's clipped warning. His voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merceau? Where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner is he. Washing something?
I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So, he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh? Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed a wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio, first. Now a darkroom. This may be more than just conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial number either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to the photographs. I also believe this building and the photo studio share a strong connection. Oh? Where do you get those photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location in the picture with certainty yet. They all appear to have been taken at various places in Corpse District. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know that. I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. What the fuck is a docugrapher? Merceau chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then for a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are wholly affordable for the average resident in Ancorp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as a part of a professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with the job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. Okay, we get to know something more about canned experience. A docugrapher? How could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they were a decent person? Ezra replied to a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio, sir. We're at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in Ancorp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights, right? Next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like if you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light. It's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some place in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom, so just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see what they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Marceau came to my side quietly. Still giving the strange senator the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it?
Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make separate requests. Battle. There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Jesus Christ, are you sure? Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say. Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrive exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Incorp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Hong Lu, and Senator Gregor had battled Incorp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Merceau is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Merceau, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I'll follow that instruction going forward. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Merceau is the GOAT. Undisputed GOAT. Photos. Oh. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of Escort's backstreets, distorted with the flash, Engdu had her gaze fixed, somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry, clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjul, warding rope, at first, and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line, perhaps they had been strong within the dark room, and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escorp, yet these alone remained as they were. Let's take them down and check ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keeps switching between Escorp and Encorp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up and it goes slack right after. The other senators were busy grumbling about distortion and its sudden jumps. Except for Merceau, who stood right in front of me, the photo still had out in the sand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He then took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with clean, controlled motion. Is the process finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposed light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. Couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Saying in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take the proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them? the people in the photographs all look different from one another. Okay. If I had to pick one similar between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright? Or any folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs I used to make Can't Experience? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of a random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Marceau must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into Can't Experiences. Raw ingredients for Can't Experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine, Sisyph. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyph what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Can't Experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyph. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. Can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kinda wrong. Is it popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content of Can't Experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where the photographers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture Can't Experience is increasing day by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning an ordinary experience can easily be encountered in realities in low demand. Then, why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Perhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing they would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls would have made this investment worth it. I'd say maybe this is just a matter of sentiments or memories, even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager? I am not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires and emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything that distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Aang 2 would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even the distortion. If that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it should be advisable to locate the people shown in his photographs. Oh, good idea, team leader. They'd say that we should accept inputs from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Hank, too, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office. I affiliate with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Esther we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Notices one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Esther's question. DWRC. Do what? Hold on. I don't care. I think she said, do we regroup clock? Okay. That one was especially hard to understand. Ryosu. Aurora's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Aurora, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? God damn it, fat ass. Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me, too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna just throw them on the floor. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has... bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This cupboard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No. It's not a fight. Huh? What's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph. Marcel had it brought with me. Where's that bakery you're at? Okay. Apparently we're visiting a bakery. Calm down. Cans. Like, probably cans of canned experience. I wonder what was looking. Okay, I am 1/5. No, 1/4 of the way to Hongler. Oh, wait, let me check if there's a... I don't know. Let me check if there is a... What? Oh. I wanted to check if there's a rental with the team. There isn't. I really expect there to be a rental. With full Blade lineage. It's cool the map opens. Oh. Can't. God damn. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture held up for her and gave a quick nod. Bread Queen. This man, he works in Cannery 17. Right next, he's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume, they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf how to show the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I'd guess it's the Cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by distortion, right? Though she thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? I'm supposed to know what? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me a pause. He took a photo of you. Would it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Alice pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these kind of experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in a docograph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. Couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was distinct eeriness to the dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sends a chill down my spine. Young soul, are these kind of experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all the semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in can experience may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jump over the summit of the skyscrapers yonder remain seated where they are? I think the Great Lake would be an exception, because to do that you would have to record the Great Lake laws, and that's illegal. They may, however, a magic can allow one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is such tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Why are you mad? Mass produce. It is Beam. It is Beam so far. We're learning more about Merceau and Ancorp. So that I was genuinely looking into can experiences recently, and it's cool that we get to know more. Mass-produced can experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory can refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. For the little like lore drop, canned experiences are basically this universe's equivalent of like brain dances. I guess it's a canned experience, but yeah, they're kind of like brain dances, or what were they called in Shadowrun? I forgot. BTL, yeah. Memory is altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. That does make sense. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. Also, I think the delay should be smaller because I changed it from normal delay to low delay when setting up the stream. There's a setting for that. So it should be running better than previous ones. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. True, Luke. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that kind experience allows one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art vow, implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth, verily doth it not annul this hold on. Verily doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself. The resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. I mean, I'm not surprised. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely. Wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? Ah, capitalism. Good old capitalism. You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding out my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually, where a whole group gathered around. The passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? They even gotta ask. Of course I have some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share it later. So, you already ate some. Let's buy a little bit more. It's true he's scared off all of our customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Also, good luck at work. Hey, Bamboo had a goat. Here again. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did a knack for making answers at the least expected moments. Hey, mister. Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next. Roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Merceau approached me as we walked down the street with Ezra and Kim, still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown, entirely cold. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in the canister you were shaking at. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other source of light. As it is reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. Had no idea what a reversal film means, but I did as you said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. That's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the detail because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is it the same person every shot? The same pose in all of them? Huh. You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh?
We were all screaming up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes and or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Notch the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. Why do you look so horrified at the concept of hold on, recording in Encore backstreets is a taboo? I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made of the same way. And you're saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images. Brother, that's called a video. That is called a video. That is called video. The arrangement of the frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage of a violation of Encorp's taboo. Taboo. Okay. Wait. Unknown enemy? Oh. Oh. Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Merceau's words, my hand reflexively threw the film into the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race rapidly, traveling back through our journey, specifically the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team. Multiple times over, I felt faint. At least we had the Vergilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal. And then the days since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble, just for carrying anything that has to do with it. Then, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, few of them expressed casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust? What'll happen to us if the manager gets killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and you'll be fine. Incorp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain a genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Incorp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and I hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that Incorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. With the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, Incorp won't be seeking their fixers on our butts right away. And that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Cause what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky, and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail?
It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze the film roll and see how vivid it really is. Merceau, I trust that you're knowledgeable on the subject concerning N-corps, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Audis picked up the film roll from the ground and showed it to Merceau. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Waiting for Merceau to finish, Audis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Audis and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between the frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter, but I don't see any differences. See here, the expression risen in the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe there's just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that if we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-Headed Kim, who had sprawled on the group ever since Ezra punched him, started under conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine the Baxter dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that when played sequentially will look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to eating the violation of a wing's taboo. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that an inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in backstreets. Working for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. That's fair. That's super fair. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? This sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make life. Something about Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-Headed Kim because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. Must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly too close to him. One thrilling shot through the camera, and another with the next. Until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. What? Who would they be around here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone? So why would it care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking workshops if they could make him a projector. It seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. I heard the guess that he got his hands on projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of Encorp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any sane in mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention. Just hail people who look like they're involved at what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those informal plaid shirts and suspenders spilling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect evidence. Please advise for. They should radio each other? Glaring at people like they're glaring at. Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This guard surely don't look like a will let us follow them. He's been getting some dialogue in this intervallo. My favorite Roach Man. So that's pretty cool. I feel like they're doing so far a really good job of including everyone. Like even Yi Song, who's mostly been delegated to jokes, he actually has a pretty big role. I'm not gonna lie. Like, maybe not a big role, but a lot of speaking role. There's a lot of there's no Kim. Hey, just a fight from the trailer. Really fought them. Yeah. It's neutral. Okay. Um. I guess that's a take. Yeah, so we'll tank that. What the hell? Oh wait. Okay, dude. Just lose the class. What? Okay. I mean, Oh, okay. Yeah, he just steps of that. Okay, sure. Okay. Reparalyze. Okay. When okay. When using a skill of identical rank to the skill photographed, class power -5. And wrap 330 times in long swaths of frozen blood. So his S1. And that's the one that the prescript wants. Fuck you, dude. Come on, man. Alright, here's for paralyze. The photographed? No. You can take that. Who else is photographed? Only Song? Yeah, only Song. I have an idea. Why is he dominating that? Whatever. Yeah, sure. Um. You were favored. You were favored on that. What the fuck? Bro. Nice stare, actually. Alright, dude. Sure. Um. So close. You'll probably win right this.
Really? She did the most. I'm surprised. There's more? Oh my god. There's so many fights. Oh, maybe you don't do that. You kidding me, Ongler? Come on. Venus is S3. What? What? No. What? Which skill? You guys got that. Bro. Are you kidding me? Why are you so shit? Okay. Are you gonna win that class? Why did she just suddenly roll 1? What the fuck was that? Ah, that's supposed to happen. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, hey, I can just delete one of them from the game. Unlucky you. Ah, the tracks. Oh my god! So many fights! Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I'm gonna BRB. Really quickly. Streamer break. Streamer is back. I get to play the game. Pursuit 2. Am I low-key equipped the half patch for this one? This one looks like it's gonna have a boss fight. Harila challenge. What a waste of time. Phew. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service Desk Klaus is not a combat specialized department. While they have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for, then? Whispering behind our backs like a lot of creeps? Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this, somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly surprising rationale. Marceau stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners, and watched in silence as I tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though, by some chance or whim... Hey, Marceau. I was by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness. Maybe like you're looking at a stranger, written by Albert Camus, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something on there that you want to say, but are unsure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered. Should one such circumstance occur? As always, his reply was deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer, written down on a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the one and only available for situations like these. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere. So, or curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke, I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. What the fuck does this mean? How do you not know what you're looking at? Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, then had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Marceau's psyche, which has remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So, they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Rousseau had predicted, we managed our way into the building. Bloody it! Bloody hell! Them blokes we fought themselves were the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Anchor have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Huh. It is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain the ones from subsequent reports. The Encorp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent the taboo hunters here instead. What do you think? They told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat. They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with metallic whir of some kind of machinery, and immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure I had seen before. I don't like how these are just real pictures of like body parts. It's very jarring. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Shunokun's face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Man! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, out as thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that! I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks. Something got a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor! Eyes open, ink through. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in Ancorp gets? Of course you know, but I watch it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. He's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as an incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Ancorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally gave myself a good look at the machine. It was firing a conical beam of light against the side of a wall. And this was its message, delivered via what words on a black background. Sort of tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You're under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel bereft of all but lingering delusions grants not even a brool of echo, the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties,
we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away Ankorp's employees' nail-shaped weapons. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience for fake experience won't even care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentence is over and over. Now that does make you wonder, was it I just as far gone when I distorted past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it would be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us all, the while effortlessly swatting away the Incorp's employees' attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination, just as it wields that contraption. I must have wielded the only thing I've really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But to disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualm showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude and unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug or on a protection racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Marceau's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was particularly unsettling, a landscape of Escorp, followed by bamboo-headed Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunok-kun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me death, Fang, too. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still, do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat? That they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? Just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening. But first things first, we have to neutralize around here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far away and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. God damn it, they're just gonna keep fucking flashbanging me. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Marceau identified, there was something different about the group of Chunok-kun. This time, they were accompanied by someone else. A warlord in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. The armor and a great Huanto of the South Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow
that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyong-up. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, he seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound at their cue, the Chunok-kun began to swarm us. Okay. Okay. Flash phenomenon. Im Gyung Up. Ox splitter. Okay. Don't let him bleed me. Bear splitter. Okay. Sword of the Homeland. Sal. Rasum stance. I'm gonna get my swordplay of the Homeland. Sal. Okay, so we have to keep him somewhere between 2 and 8 stacks. 1 to 2 stacks. Current power -6. Okay. Hold on. He's negative coins, isn't he? No? No, he's not. Okay, so we generally want to keep him at 2 stacks. Wait, no. This is the base pack. Okay, wait. No, we want to keep him high. Do we? Yes. Do we? I don't know. Wait, no. 5 stack, no effect. We want to keep him at 5 stacks. Yeah. Third skill is assist defense, exclusive skill. This effect does not activate. Attack and on hit as an opposed attack or on hit against target that uses assist defense, exclusive. Gain 2 swordplay of the Homeland. Okay, so this skill here, if this hits unopposed, he's gonna gain. He's gonna gain swordplay of the Homeland. Right? I need to read it again. Yeah, if he loses, if we let him clash, he loses 3 swordplay. If he hits unopposed, he gains 2 swordplay. So the idea is, I think, we let him gain swordplay now, and then we make him lose it. Du Jiong Brigandine. Okay, memory transition is also here. Oh, fuck. Okay. Battle form of the Homeland. Bear Hunt. Summon different battle form of the Homeland after 3 turns. Use a pattern made of single coin skills. Im Gyong Up. I get it. I get the gimmick! Okay. Hold on. He's gonna have 2 stances. He's gonna have Bear Hunt, and what I assume is gonna be called Ox Hunt. Uses a pattern made of single coin skills. Swordplay of the Homeland makes him. Where's Swordplay of the Homeland? Swordplay of the Homeland makes him lose base power and coin power. If he gains base power, he loses coin power, and vice versa. If he gains coin power, he gains base power. So a single coin skill would probably have a really high base power. So what we want is when he's in Bear Hunt, is to make him have what the fuck was it? We want him. Oh, actually, what do you want? Probably we'll actually want to make him lose base power. Yeah. So we want him at 1 to 2 stacks. While he's in Bear Hunt. He right now is in Bear Hunt. How did you lose it? Class start. Okay. He changes it every 3 turns. So he's still in. Wait. Yeah. I didn't read the Dujong Brigandine Sal. Max like 5 when gained. When gained, this effect gains shield equal to 10% of the season of max HP for every stack, minimum 1 run down. Shield gained due to this effect does not expire at turn end. Combat start, gain 1 defense level down for every 2 stacks. Okay. Deal. Oh. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of the season's max HP. Okay. Enemy special. Develop memories. When undergoing combat encounter gain through memory transition. Okay. Dushiong Brigandine Sal Iron Bulwark. Okay, less damn yep. Fixed panic makes sense. Upon entering encounter, first time okay. When Dushiong oh, we have to okay. Okay, got it. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Dushiong Brigandine is one example of such armor. Okay! Much like R-Corp's powered armor suits and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, Dushiong Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities, yet these advantages do not mean the armors of such opponents are readily supplies for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitations of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with Dushiong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened armor output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across the battlefield with promise of slaughter. So we have the homeland. Okay. When the following conditions are met, it uses a pattern that includes Bow of Homeland Arrow Loose skill. Do I know what that is? No. Okay. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, does not check for opposed attacks. In the turn, after the turn in which this unit spent in stagger, when low morale. Okay. So, I assume Bow of the Homeland Arrow Loose is like a big buff, something that we don't want to see. So the idea is, I think, we want one person to lose the clash. Oh yeah, the Cerulean Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches: Sal, P, and Piel. Within their teachings exist teachings to hew and cleave for creatures of colossal stature, such as Sam Guns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great Huando capable of bearing the strain of the technique. Mismatched memories, okay. Critical Arts of Perseverance. On Clash when gain +2 poise count 2 times per turn. Okay, this unit skill has less than 5 bleed points, so you inflict 1 bleed and 2 bleed count attack and once per skill points per turn per target. There are those who persevere and training for lack of talent. Then there are those who bless with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the tail of the apex blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Okay. They're gonna be fine. We're gonna need that. Hold on. Why are there 2? Oh. Oh, we want this one to be on the post. We got that. Okay. This one is reversed. The blue one. The blue one is reversed. Okay. So we're gonna clash the red one and then leave the blue one unopposed. For now. Ooh, unlucky. Okay, this is a generally a really fun fight, actually. Oh my god, of course. No stagger. Fuck! Shit! Okay. If I got staggered, we could draw on time. Hold on. He is still. This one is the clashed one. Ow. Okay. He has now retreated. We have this thing. Passives. Are you fucking kidding me? No. What do I do? What do I do with you? Okay. Maybe they do have a passive? No. Just saying. We can play that. And we will. Are you kidding me? It's favors. It's a classical counter, so it won't do anything. It just chooses not to. Yeah. I don't know what to do with this. It doesn't. I don't know its passives. I'm scared of hitting it, Loki. You're gonna keep that. I'm gonna make you blow up, though. Oh, fuck. Ah. Oh, we hit the projector. Neither of now we're supposed. Oh, fuck. Uh, um. Okay, I guess we can't break it. Combat start. If battlefield has returned from escort to anchor, this turn heal 15. Ooh! SP from all centers. Location type distortion photo lab. This unit cannot be killed and does not take damage from any from sources or in the skill damage from skill stacking this unit as the main target. This unit speed is fixed to 1. Turn start after entering an encounter, gain 3 memory retention. Okay. If a memory retention reaches 0 sack, or this unit HP reaches 0, activate the following at the next turn. Remove all stealth and Encore class 2 from the encounter. Return Im Gyong up to the encounter. Okay, so all it does is heal SP. Right. Yeah. You're framed. Let these hands with a proxy with which is her skull on. What the fuck? Oh yeah, paralyzed. Oh, so it's either survive 3 turns against the Encorpers, or break it to progress it further or faster, which is something. Let's have the. These guys just dodge. Yeah. No Sager. We got the bone claiming off. How the fuck do they have 2 run spaces? Just kill it. Or you can do that too. Someone. Why? Why? He's got that. Yep. Okay. We're at 9. Back here. Back in the fucking building again. He is in which one? Battle form of the homeland, Tiger Hunt. Uses battle made of multi-coin skills. Gains advantage at lower supply of the homeland. Soul stack. Tigers are cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through a tiger's flesh by a single stroke. Only a relentless fury of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it's felled at last. Fail to do so, and the tiger. Oh fuck. And the tiger will escape death, or best, its opponent, to one day grow into a sun goon, a lord of the mountain, where these beings will grant a auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamities impossible to tell. Okay, this is the clash. Okay, we don't want to clash this turn. Above the homeland, Sal. Let me see what this. Not the second one.
Above the homeland, Sal, our rulers. Targets the enemy with most amount of bleed. Homeland of the home player. Sword play of the homeland. Consume free force potency on self to gain final power +2. Unbreakable coin. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. What? What? Wait, no, this Bow of the Homelands. That's not what I looked at. Or maybe it is. No. Huh? What? It's not. No, it is. That is it. But I can't. That'd be Heathcliff, isn't it? You can flash it. He can also basically go out. I think he will. Yeah. You don't want to clash that, so we're just gonna hit him. Really hard. Hey, that'll be unbreakable and that'll stagger him. We don't want to do that. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Might have fucked up. Sackboy, get him! Oh, that hits so hard. Okay, okay. Where's Clashing? Shit, that's good. Are you fucking kidding me? She also just dodge it. She can't. Okay. Why are you fucking dominating her, man? Can't clash that. He's really slow. Wait. We have Pursuance ready. What is he clashing? He can't possibly fuck that up. Oh, they. Okay. He's getting Sire from the Bribbles. No, they apparently don't Sire. Get pursued, bitch!
It's fine. He's Loki the goat. Got it. Okay. What? Still more. I think we may be able to smash the dang thing to smithereens, but yeah, it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge worry zapping in and out of reality. So we make ourselves an opening. I make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seems to be taking a toll on the sinners. More so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe. Not even close. Not to mention Azra and Aang too were here to help us out. But, shite! Haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Boy, there you go legging it again. The big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N Corp and S Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the Projector or Im Gyeong Up, who are swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Aang too, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out there. Out here. I say to stop racking my brain trying to navigate the situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Indian up or destroying the projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? We may speak freely, dear manager. It is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of any reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to an enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. There's no the Fathoms? But how can I enter if you can even talk to distortion? Wait, maybe during the LCB regular checkup back at the LC, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently, it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flash takes us, N Corp, or the twisted caricature of S Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so are the keywords for this distortion then? Oenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. if I may. Perhaps experience may be one of them. Yi-san put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the back lines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must ought in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience, the concept alone, lacks substance. With something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I couldn't feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was mentioning. That word shook the distortion, caused a rippling effect. It was clearly not enough to force open the dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all talking turns sharing what might have caused them to distort. And going by the way, you folk are saying your piece one after another. I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take a person of interest to it. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-certain man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps and clear a path towards the residence, who became so bewitched of photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form that is distinguishable from a drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has among the countless people here taken a particular interest in bamboo-headed Kim. Photograph can experience in scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen, then. The gateway to one's fathoms. Huh, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the Favors, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even though those who aren't trained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bambara Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess.
Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Got us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework is like summer reading. It doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Out of your shaky scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go to your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Okay. This is oddly fitting for me. Someone who's actually kind of failing my classes. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who do I think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. It was basically a monster of the week situation for the team leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to trust our two Osier team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as a team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned, the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over your may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried. Why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry. Okay. So now I assume the last stage will be the Dungeon of the Fathoms. And that'll be done. Yeah, the tracks and Furious in the bunch. Question mark, Fathoms. Hold on, have I been doing the EXs at all? 10 turns. No, I have to have, because I have to have these two. Suppress the dungeon boss. Let's actually bring in... Now let's start with this team, maybe. Well... Yeah, I'm up to 4. Yeah, let's play for him. In preparation. Can I do the same with Home Alone? No. Yeah, I don't have enough thread. We should be good. But in case we need, we'll bring some fodder for. Worst case scenario, I'll rerun this, right? Let's get sync down. Yeah. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is the S Corp, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S Corp's streets, where greeted us was stored in eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S Corp themed haunted mansion. This place hardly fit for a human habitation. Far more dilapidated than once expected, thou sayest people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it is a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated, in consternation, how the folk here had even the will to live on. And the shadow had begun. God damn it. The shadow had begun to haunt Kim's face, still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga, thatch roofed house, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine in this mirror world, and never has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one which will strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. I'm Gyeong Up. Oh, Im Gyeong Up. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. Okay, I don't think your name fits. You're not really wearing a bamboo hat at this point. Oh, that's Escort flag, isn't it? What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It is unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen it today? There is such an odd occurrence, transpired twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble married commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. I don't know. This guy still looks cool. Kinda like reminds me of like feudal era archers. This guy's just wearing stuff. You know? There's no trick here. The hat is cool. I think the hat is cool. It just goes way too hard on the red, blue, and yellows, right? If there was less of those colors, right, I think it would look better. Yeah. I think it's just there's too much going on, right? It like maybe if these were like regular beads, these weren't so long, or maybe these weren't there. This would look cool. Right? Because overall, it's generally very interesting. It's just way too much is going on. She marches forth, vested in warrior armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Yeah. No, how about more ribbons? Yeah, true. Also, why does she have them on his shoulder too? Like, there's no reason for this. God damn it. Why? Who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyeong Ep, the principal of the famed Imp family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole or hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Not a compliment, you see. Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that it would rather be unreasonable than betray them. When you lack ChatGPT dress here, I guess. Yeah, he just put on some shit, man. Like, holy fuck. As an officer ranked second ordinance, have no wit to engage in such banter. Someone's mad. Where am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our second meeting, so no, not at the precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't even ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. I really thought Heathcliff would show up. Maybe, but people do find friendships in such personalities that they have a taste for prickliness. Whatever. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha digging pun riddles. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. But I knew you would be. You would be. So I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lip. Bamboo Rain Hat. Oh, Bamboo Hatted Kim. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of the sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of a man, butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Ah, not a compliment, just a word in the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple, spell it out as Bamboo Hatted Kim. Thank you. And does she continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse, cold and dead, than stay in the line. Have a shred of mercy. Have a shred of mercy on me, Almighty One. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I'd have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue runs this far. So, feel safe to continue. What the hell is that word? Traipsing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone was not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue tripsing outside the line. I couldn't, in good conscience, remember such a first of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way of words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. Getting caught stalking and walking around town like a bad pinata. Maybe? They don't look like friends yet, though. So care to tell us where she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rock. Okay, cool, yeah. Now we know. Okay, oh, you speak of the game. I'm not gonna pronounce that. Rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at passersby. Oh. Fee on thee. That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Piel and Sal. You're kidding me. So it's Flesh. I assume it's Flesh and Bone Corporation then. Because they work in the field. Okay, cool. Yeah, because S Corp's full name is Salpi Piero. Which we know that Piero means bone and Sal means flesh. So Salpi Piero probably means flesh and bone. But particularly found distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. Oh no, it's flesh, blood, bone. But the P, okay, I got it. And the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree they found it cathartic. Huh. Curious then, is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pierre, Sal, whatever it is that thou art describing, it is a well-known truth that S Corp is, also known by its other name, Salpi Pierre, Agro Industries. Yeah, so flesh, blood, and bone. Right, because they work with their hands, because they're farmlands. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such a division of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Pierre. Each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pierre, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. Okay. I can see that. As a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S Corp, you must have felt the persecution that P faced at first hand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesterday now lie sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice.
Yeah, the free pleasure of food, flesh, blood, and bone. I'll ask the noble intention of this. I mean, yeah, you eat flesh and you eat bone marrow. There is like blood sausage, so yeah, it makes sense. Alas, the noble intention of this for a year now lies sullied. The Trinity now degrade free quarreling spends for blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but a betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rights as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone right, wants a right state councillor, toadies to Sal, and rises to the seat of the left state councillor. When such a shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even tilt the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone, and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Westwood. Yeah, that also works. That's an interesting way to look at it. Oh. Then the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Okay. Rats? Oh, yes. The counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve. They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. Rat gang mentioned. So he purposefully threw rocks at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a klepto rat. Kleptocrat? Is that what it says? Yeah, that says kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scaring rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet Ohra bonds, kleptocrat, the gal to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Kleptocrack. I mean, I guess. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to just do that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councillor. Return to Choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Hey! Okay. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Hold on, my dog wants something. BRB. I think the idea is that it is supposed to be jarring. Where is she? Yeah, it's kind of looks like a 12-year-old. Kind of. I think that's just kind of how a lot of like feminine faces are drawn in this. Yeah. I can't. Okay, like, is it just Aang doing Yisong? I guess. Mentor, then. This fellow you had often mentioned fondly was. Correct. Hadn't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with bodyguard of the right state councillor who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of Escort. Enkidu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer within command over high-ranking employees of the wing. At that, well, I was in the service of the right state councillor, who's a first ordinate, you know? Well, that might be true, yeah. Yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up on exile from Escorp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import, is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home for Escorp. Availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. It is just fucking Mirror Dungeon! Re-emerged in a dark and muggy cavern, filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with metallic tang, the smell of blood, and there was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed the harsh noise of a sword striking a sword. Which path should we choose? Let's go with the path that smells of blood. But as progress through the passage, the scent of blood only got more oppressive, and we were starting to stumble from the sheer thickness of it, until all of a sudden the air cleared to a fresh crispness. As we were getting to our bearings, I noticed a pedestal of stone stacked before us. On top of it lay a neat briefcase that seemed to have been well cared for. Fuck. Okay. I should have went for like the classic one. This probably was like, man, this one is better out because it gives me both. Yeah, I should have. I could forfeit the mirror dungeon and try again, see what it gives, but I really don't care. But it's okay. Oh wait, I didn't read what they do. Resentful Blade Lineage Sorcerer. Striker Stance, Acupuncture, / Series. Okay. Any passives? Last Breath. If the student is defeated. Oh. Bearing of a Sorcerer. Okay. Breath taken together. Okay. Fuck you mean if Bammer and Kevin in the field? Does he show up? Oh yeah, also, if you didn't know, this identity kills over allies. That just happened. You saw her slime out Don Quixote. It's really strong though. So like, wait, hold on. Whoa, what? Pause. Is that? Did I not notice him? I think it is. It is. How did I not notice? What the fuck? 81. Oh, he looks so cool. He genuinely looks so cool. Panic type, sleeps with regret. Summary. Draw the sword. Okay. We don't know his offense level. Interesting. Acupuncture. Okay, that's also one of his skills have. No. Yield my flesh. Where's to claim their bones? What the fuck? It's here. Oh, is it a unique defense? It is a unique defense. There is the skill slot that has the highest max power. Okay. To claim their bones. Okay. Damn! Oh shit. Passives. Opponent can encounter gain. First time gain brand. No. Oh. It decreases his. It's minus question mark question mark. He's not at full power. Yeah, he really wants a poise team. Yeah, you can shoot. You get to fire. No, if you're like really precise about it, I think you could call it acupuncture. You know? What did he shoot? What the fuck did you fire at? What did you just waste a bullet? Out. Yeah, he lost the clash. Okay. Uh, feel free. Go ahead. Holy shit. They're just gonna keep yapping. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Pop. Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help.
The youth explained that wishing to better his own status, he took the real examination akin to a public employment policy in S-Corp and was able to maintain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problem began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for their homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could do something to help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask a group if they can help. It is legal advice. Everybody has. Does he have a bonus to it? Yes, Blade Lynch faction modifier. He can't fuck it up. Yeah. Mercer opened their mouth to begin. Stopped. Then we turned around to where Bamhead Kim and Ankdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Venture would know better. Come on. Kim let an audibly concerted sigh and walked up to the youth and gave him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you've passed the exam. But why? It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and affect me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving him proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He announced what appeared to be a small ceramic-ware vessel. It's maybe a water dropper for brush calligraphy. Though you may have no practical need for this. For I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone. I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in the rivers of life. Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for exaggerated scoff King gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Ankdu later asked him what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. Baekcha water dropper obtained. When an allied entity gains assist defense, the said ally gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. Effect apply on the first deployed identity. Turn end, gain 2 haste next turn. When identity speeds faster than enemies, deal plus 3% damage for every speed difference. This is like it's almost tailor made for oh my god. This is almost tailor made for Mao Faust, unironically. Too bad I'm not running High Show. Get mocked, Mao. It's Mao with an O because it's Chinese. Holy shit! He's cool. Nice.
Oh, shit. I need to get okay. I need to turn off some of the answers because I have like most of the LobCorp ones. Okay, another event. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness. Can Chesed shut the fuck up? Staring off into the darkness of the ultimate prison. Bamurhead Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone must have noticed us. What should we do? Unsheathe our weapons. You're not the prison guard. We know. The woman who called us stood there for a moment, nonchalantly trying to gauge us. As we stood with our weapons drawn. Then she walked towards us in a gait that could not be called aggressive. But instead of chatting with us, she called upon the figure sitting inside the prison. Would you care to explain? Who are they and what happened? The one-sided exchange continued for a while as she tried various lines of questioning to chat up the figure inside the cell, but it was to no avail. Might as well be talking to a corpse, long dead. She let out an exasperated sigh before turning to us. Are you not here to visit him as well? Might you be those who share his purpose? Say that you are. My go. My go. Okay. Visit that fool? Here Merceau and Kim stepped forth to explain what had led to the incident at the Right State Councilor's estate, with a particularly critical edge coming on when describing Kim's own actions, that is. So, that is what transpired. No? Maybe I did. I don't know. Hold on. How does that man know what happened? There's no time for idle chatter. You must leave Escort by this instant end. By the time Kim's story ended, the prisoner's curiosity finally bubbled over the limit, and threatened to spill over as the questions. However, the woman who had just learned the truth of what had happened refused to engage at all and focused entirely on removing the Kang clasped around the prisoner's throat. You cannot stay here. There is still much to be done. As for my fellow conspirators, perhaps it would be best to make yourselves scarce as well, considering your precarious positions in Escorp. The side entrance I used should still be open and unguarded. Leave quickly. She continued to deftly work her hands to unclasp the whatever, even as she gave us directions so detailed and vivid that we could find our way out of the prison without a map. Meanwhile, bamboo-headed Kim had wandered off to a corner of the room and picked up a broken piece of wood, pocketing it. Crushed wooden manacle obtained. On hit against an enemy using a slash skill, inflict defense level down next turn, 2 times per skill. When an ally thrusting the enemy, the said ally deals plus 3% damage using base taxes for every speed difference max wealth. If the enemy has bind, double the above damage boost and its maximum cap. Okay. Let's go middle again. Wait. Hold on. No. I forgot to turn off an answers. Fuck. No, it can't be. My life is, the experiences, the memories had occurred, they are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Have you had a peek into my memories when I had this story? Did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude, I thought that said something else, were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angtru. Take a tall step over or you might trip. What do you mean you hear metal playing in the distance? What? There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. It felt faint, watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated. Oh, Devil May Cry. Okay, that was like, okay, I get that. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which part belonged to her. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What are they doing at the councillors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered that what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Phantoms looked like. The hats these corpses are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is Spamheaded Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state councillor's life was always as precarious as candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truths in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstance were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than their chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Oh, we're back into shitty outfit era again. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been foolish. I can't. I have failed you, councillor. There are simply too many of them, as though they had decided tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Liberal, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life.
Though I am too meager to fuck. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes on his grave, or so I have thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard, the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite. I thought I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? Even the home of our honorable right state counselor, who toils all day and night in the service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words, the impression upon decent men, myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 month ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious what the fuck is that word? Contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who had long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on the matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day written on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain, the bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? May you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungum Cloudblade. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. I couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, but you're constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nice locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though, Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the right state counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with Escorp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of most of the serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. He does so, villain. Okay. Han Ho Bei. Okay, he Blue Sharingan. and let the Ohra let the Ohra bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate of the honor of Ungeum. And with that, the brand of Nobi, sapping your strength. Even your master will, with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyeong up? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands on executioner's duty. Now, how will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with storms placed on all 9 star points on the board? What the fuck is this supposed to mean? I don't know games. And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled out of passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that it would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escort's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say earlier a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Gearing up. Come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as you're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. It wouldn't help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes. There. All done. Your bonds severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the current of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, I became their mentor, dragged them into the library, ruin I mentioned, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeong Up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the Tower of Blade lineage one by one leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms, they're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression a person gets from viewing a photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yeah. Kim believes that if Blade Lynch were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Damn. It's something. She really didn't crit that. Okay. I mean, I guess. Has to be a joke. Yeah, she's punched him off. Okay, good, 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 good. I thought we just have extra turn of nothing. Someone carrying a sword in his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few minutes later, a small squad of Chunok Kuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who had coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chunok Kuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to get at the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon the Chunok Kuns made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? My goat. Bamboo had a goat. Loki. Once a group of Chuno coons hurried towards the direction, upon them towards the man crawled upon them towards. The man crawled out of the haystack, seeing that the Chuno coons had gone. So when the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile Chuno coons take a noble thief like you away. Thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say wretches. So well fed, while we all starve, I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow and approached us. You have my thanks. I don't expect to be shielded by outsiders, such as yourself. This is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the bleed lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo had a Kim had once done. Kim squeaked out a small embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail. Again, it's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these, it's not much. Should be quite filling for those on the road like yourself. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, should come in quality. They're both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into the shadows. Ally 50% of max HP. Ally shield back to full SP. Okay, cool. Okay, someone dominating the clash. Sure, whatever. Okay. I think I'm gonna change my Uh, let's do Dante and Vergilius. Like a prey battling its cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments, burgeon, burgeon, and contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now, all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? It's Im, isn't it? I expect to find Im Gyung Elp in there. Gyung Elp was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken. In the end, I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escorp. It was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such monsters one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflected upon your memories. Did this Im Gyung Elp appear as the monster does, Mentor? No. Gyung Elp wasn't like that. Gyung Elp. I still believe that Sal PPO Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. Like that's ever gonna happen. Come on, let's be realistic. This is the same city that turns people into clothing because fabric made out of like flesh is higher quality like regular stuff. Come on. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking out to supplant the current escort. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow, where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor, those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escorp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escorp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your willless. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of the principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would flow you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You, at least, seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path, and stem the flow of this river evermore. Oh. Very well done. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Gyeong Elp, Second Ordinary of Sal PPO Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Imagined Gyeong Elp. Is your gimmick the same? It looks like it is. I'll immediately use for a Kalkia. Even if we may not need it. I'm gonna make the music a bit louder. What the fuck? Hold on. Are your passives any different? No, that's the same. That is the same. That's new. The three chord circles of Sal, Peep, and Pierre each remade the standard Dujong Brigandine of Escorp into forms suited to their own doctrines. The old intent is that Sal has ever been the first to spearhead the slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The P harvests the blood that spills forth from each opened flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The Pierre takes the close of a slaughter. They part one joint from the other, bringing an enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neckbone finishes the collective of killing. So, yeah, the Sword of the Homelands passed down in the Saw Court circle is not at its heart an art of killing. To cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips opponent's flesh into ribbons. The Sword of the Homelands practiced by Sal. There are those who preserve training for lack of time. Okay, that's the same. Yield my flesh. Deal and take 20% damage on critical hits against and from Bamberhead Kim. This flesh I claim. This is just the same fight as before. It doesn't seem like the gimmick is any different, so it shouldn't be that hard. Oh yeah, general. A lot of the more later added content in Limbus has really good animations.
What? Oh wait, this is her. Isn't this her skill? That yeah. It's there to claim their bones. I was so scared when she rolled 0.
We're also building up the Furioso. It's good. Oof. Okay, I think her battle form Tiger Hunt. We need what? Yeah, lower swordplay. So we need to increase swordplay. So we have to let that unoppose and no. Let this class. Yeah, class this one. And this one unopposed. Is it? Ooh, that's a new skill. No tiger's flesh shall be left uncloven. Jesus. No target. The target's enemy with the most bleed can clash with this skill regardless of speed. Can be staggered from taking damage until the skill ends. Final purpose one for bleed on target. The skill will always flip heads, hits critically, and does not consume poise count. Before attack, it deals 20% damage on critical hit for every 2 poise on self. Clash loose, okay. Okay. Ooh, Bambada goat. She is paralyzed. Ooh. What is the? It's 4 plus 4, and 4 times. So that's 16. That's 20 rolling. You can win that. Good job.
Okay, that was actually really good. Because the shield will nullify most of the damage. Fully intentional. Come on. Oof. Okay. We're so close to Furiosa too. 7 out of 9. Two more. Oh. Which one is she in? Lower swordplay. Okay, we want her to gain swordplay so we clash with this guy. You don't have to clash that. Mm. What do we need for pursuance? One sloth, which will begin with this. Oh shit! So good stagger, unironically. And we're getting free option next turn. And was she staggered too? Oh no. Loki, this might already be over. But, to be sure. Holy shit. How much damage? I'm sorry! We didn't even need the Furioso. I just wasted an era. Just wasted that era. Oh, it's okay. Oh my god. 500, bro! Jesus Christ! What is in that gun? She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know if... I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet... He's really not sort like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. He's seeking the end here, is he? Can we afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd ever lock your sword with mine and parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade locked out, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and military commissioner of Escorp is neck-to-neck clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes so close in a final bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand. Dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just Bambada, Kim, and Im Kyung up, ready for their final bout, and Du leaped in between them.
Ankdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as if I hadn't failed everything, and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by curse, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere, and I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Angdu, if you're here to talk to me to keep on living, your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. I don't speak... Is that Chinese? Or is that Japanese? I don't know. Oh shit. I am fucking up. Okay. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for the next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there are some merit in words I must retrieve from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. When did you hear that poem? Yes, when I inverted the bamboo hat. When inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Ankdu and Gyeong Elp were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there. A hollow laugh was skimming his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed. I did wish to become a blade, And what did you do? Force me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe. Is he awakening ego? Is he awakening ego? It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with a last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round, as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure other bits of your advice. Let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting, I think. That's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet, I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, in Gyeong Help, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and saw what a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live, and I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. What? This is an intervallo. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to burden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. He rented space. That was the same sound that plays when the Ryoshu uses rent space. He rented space. Oh my god. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in a dirty ragged clothing. The fathoms of Ascorp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the can experiences, and the man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. There's our lives, our experiences. You wanna be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and nest? A legendary fixture who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end, so you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can?
If that's all your life is, then life and the photographs I've taken are all. No, it can't be. My life, those experiences, memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience. But I care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Marcel's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Marcel? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was, the distinction was for whatever reason important to Marcel. And there we go. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be distortions. And next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet, faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark! Accuse one for these crimes, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing, while impersonating Chu Nok Kunz of Salpipieo and Grow Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipieo in agro industries, downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, the impersonating of a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. The pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before you even have a chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like wearer brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. What? They should... Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? So an instance has heretofore never been observed, but that it's happening right now before our eyes. You can only say yes. Young Elp is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyeong Elp shape slowly fades out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way, don't tell me that hellish corpses... We found a large group of injured and corpse staff thrown pell-mell about the room. And Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. He's just fucking dead, huh? Just like that. Just like that. God damn, I feel bad. I don't have enough. This subject. It should probably be the last note. Yep, right on. Gotcha. Team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys.
Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who'd have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it. But, well, that's for LCD and Team Leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success, which we managed to eradicate the distortion from Ancorp. Not to mention satisfy our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Ankto and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she has been earlier. Now, if I know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Wait, the point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear. I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seems that the responsibility of looking after the LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed to bringing back the chipper Ezra I was once familiar with. Thus I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks you're expected to do. Is that understood, Mentor? Ankto, would you mind releasing the hems from my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Ankto's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I know. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he has always been. At least from what I've seen in any case. Fine, you're released. You've given me a hard shake. I don't feel so good. Saying too. I'm afraid they may have gone overboard of upgrading your arm. With your hems released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that don't require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones of my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can run that. But I've already grown used to the pain of grinding, the sinner's injuries, and dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask for a clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? Uh-huh. And? There are those who are sent to identify and capture the one who have violated the taboo. Forsooth? As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows, yet I find this to be the most perplexing. Wherefore they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs of the locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Fine words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us for a renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Merceau. Given how often I had to rely on the information Merceau had been provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice to how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from it. I couldn't get him to tell us on his own judgment on matters, but since he seemed to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Merceau, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So they get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Ooh. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at the moment I heard the sound of pebbles crunching on their boots approaching us, the louder and louder. What the heck? And Corp. Dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion, see? This is what she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Olympus Company provides a customer damage compensation program against such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Marceau. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Marceau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marceau, formerly the one who nails? And a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Pacific headquarters. What? Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memories pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are sound mind to recall it in its entirety. Confirmed. Very well. In keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell's going on? Like, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Marceau? Marceau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, and the rest, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just replied, I will follow these instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody from this moment onward. You are considered a suspect and will be transferred to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization that the suspect is part of? Organize your arse? What in bloody hell do you think you are? Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize an N-Corp. But wait. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as contract and engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Fast either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp and police. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied this passionately as he took Marceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Marceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. No way, no way, bro, no way, no. And that's it? That's it? That's the last known? You fucking piece of shit! Give me more content! What the fuck? Gregor? Yeah, I'm gonna use it. It's not smart. No, I'm gonna wait. I have to be patient. Probably in 2 weeks, there's gonna be new identities. And so far, I'm good. But yeah, that was it from Intervallo. It's from the Intervallo. Nestic Experience. And that will be it for this stream as well. I'm just getting the thread. Yeah, I'll be seeing you all some other time. Yeah. Bye bye. That was really fun. See you later. Alligators. It's fun not calling alligators ever again.